in Angola, equal rights and justice down in Botswana, equal rights and justice down in Zimbabwe, equal rights.
Yeah, the great Peter Tosh. You want peace? Well, you should think about the equal rights part of it. Okay. All right. Okay, well, how's everybody doing? There's a deluge outside, a flood. And the CD player is not working. But hey, let's try something else. Let's do this. All right, coming up soon, I'll be interviewing White Wolf von Atzinger. And he has an institute called Ways of the Wild here in Vermont, and he's got quite a story. Wrote a book called Shadow Assassin, which I read most of. Very good book. Hard to put it down. And so we'll be talking to him shortly. And what else can I tell you? I don't know. I'm pretty excited about this. He's led a very hard life, interesting life, and he's lived to tell about it.
I'ma tell you what my crew is all about. We like the rhythm, fusion, we rhyme, producing songs for the world's men, women, and children.
Armed and equipped with much confidence.
And this is how we're gonna make our living.
Some are known for being biters,
non-creative and whack rhyme writers.
Yo, they soup you up but can't rock a jam. Known to the world as a one-hit band.
Easy come, easy go, yo, you had your turn.
Temporary brothers touching up your perm.
You see, a rapper is a kid that brags and acts big. A rhymer is a that can handle his biz.
Yo, a rapper is a kid that's trying to be the shit.
An entertainer ain't trying cause he already is.
Yo, welcome to the wonderful world of entertainment where art imitate life and people get famous. Welcome to the world of showbiz arrangement where lights, camera, action is the language. Welcome to the wonderful world of entertainment where art imitate life and people get famous. Welcome to the world of showbiz arrangement where lights, camera, action is the language. We was rocking the jam the other night. J5 was on the mic, so the people was high.
Yo, we like to rock the party with adrenaline and passion. The crowd started screaming,
action, satisfaction.
New Mark dropped the beat and brought the heat from the fire.
We brought the energy and streetcar named Desire. We was flipping, they was tripping high, we was old schooling.
Needle to the groove,
hands in the air moving.
Then we said to the crowd,
this is the place to be, whether you pay the fee or you got it free.
So when you step through the door, the music gets loud. Maneuver through the crowd to get a better view now.
Welcome to the wonderful world of entertainment where art imitate life and people get famous. Welcome to the world of showbiz arrangement where lights, camera, action is the language. To be an MC,
you got to be so fresh to have style and finesse way above the rest.
With the strong delivery,
vocal chemistry,
street poetry,
in tune with the beat.
So if you think you got the skills, come and take a test.
Microphone check if you truly are blessed. If you can flow like water and can comprehend,
you need longevity in this game to win.
Now if you wanna be the best, you got to move and motivate. Watch the money that you make in the industry snakes.
Cause some of these people ain't got no class,
and some of these folks will make you beat their ass.
If you can believe, then you can achieve. Get the loot, hoop the dream, be on top of the scene.
To keep the people in and then accumulate fans.
To be dope in the studio and slam at the jam. So welcome to the wonderful world of entertainment where art imitate life and people get famous. Welcome to the world of showbiz arrangement where lights, camera, action is the language. Welcome party people while we got your attention. There's a few things we'd like to mention.
The name is Jurassic,
but they call us J5.
We rock bona fide, fly rhymes, multiply.
We got 2 DJs controlling the beat and
vocal harmonies make it sound so sweet.
with the four horsemen with words to caution.
Expressed and flipped in the orderly fashion.
With the rhyming, designing, the music on timing, the fellas saying ho and the ladies losing their mind. The breaking, the scratching, this thing called rapping, the cultivated music that keeps your hands clapping. The passion, reaction, the street satisfaction. Brothers using no tactics to make it happen. The rhythm, the spirit, you love it when you hear it.
Nowadays, when you're sampling, you gotta clear it.
Welcome to the wonderful world of entertainment where art imitate life and people get famous. Welcome to the world of showbiz arrangement where lights, camera, action is the language. Welcome to the wonderful world of entertainment where art imitate life and people get famous. Welcome to the world of showbiz arrangement where lights, camera, action.
Check it out, y'all. Get on the mic. Andre the Giant Nuts. I have you more than liking this, and all I'm writing is shit to make you feel AG. Paul is nice with his. We spit revolvers, eat through your meat like chupacabras. When I step, chickens ask who the guard was. Smoke more MCs than Philip Morris, with more degrees than kids that went to college. Regardless, never hear him saying my crew ran. Fuck a verse, to get me in the lab is a few grand. The spit master, microphone kidnapper, whack rapper, bitch slapper. We get dirty while you get dapper. AG and whack raps don't click. That's like a house full of pretty bitches with no dick. Or like some broken gats that don't spit. Or like you, making platinum shit and still don't have the chips. Don't rock the Gucci, I just pop the coochie. And you stop me from making Lucci, you got the shoe.
If nice has a definition, it's the mic that I'm ripping. And if you hype like a prison, I think you might wanna listen right from the beginning. Bite with the venom, ripping a rhyme. And yo, a knife couldn't defend them. My lyrics are like a nine. I rip it up like parking tickets while you in the bars with bitches. I dream of all the riches, make you scream like horror pictures. See my squad up on the benches, a marksman with a sentence. Armed and relentless till the marshals come and get us. We mob, it's like the infamous. Nice is the emphasis. I hope they press it quick. Yo, so all these kids remember this. With Babble on the cuts and Paul Nice on the beat. Me and AG on the rhymes, kid, the cipher's complete. I flip crowds like Motorola's, known for betting on the over. Out in Vegas, just an open with my notebook getting open. Yo, we rip the mic precise without the mention of ice. Yo, Babu, let them know the definition of nice.
Nice. The definition they never come close to. Nice. The definition not like the rest. Nice. The definition they never come close to. I'm not mad you rock the 600 drop. You make whack shit. I rock Nikes and sport a badder bitch than you. I make fat shit and let my testicles hang. See pimps like you get boomerang, then lose your game. Used to hustle for this paper. Now I write lines with hollow tips, load the clip and bust you for this paper. You heard these niggas trash since they got figures. Must have traded their talents for riches. They knocking that, I'm rocking raps. Visualizing these grimy niggas with stocking caps. Holding the Glock at that. On the corner and he bolting from the cops. Cause he on the block with cracks. That's exactly where I live at. And give back, first I gotta get that. Me and you can shoot 5 like 3 and 2. That'll be a mismatch. At bat, bases loaded with this rap. And if you toss it, you gon' wish that you could have that bitch
I get
back.
charged with deadly crimes when I write these rhymes and say I'm perfect for this track, cause I'm nice with mine. You want a battle, get in line, or don't waste your time. That's like using up a quarter, trying to call up a dime. Your word up, do the math, son, it don't make sense. I'm shooting lyrics through the glass, leave the whole place drenched. I suggest you go to class when the mic's in the stage. When I was 15, they told me I was nice for my age. Hey yo, nothing's changed, and I'm still on the streets. And your niggas make me sick with them Timberland beats. Me and Nice bump the MP, your regular speed. The only nigga in New York with the regular weed. In 98, I said it straight, made a pact with the team. Said in 12 months we'll all be stacked with the green. And yo, now it's 99, 1 year later. Peace out, Babu, take me out with the fader.
Funny feeling.
Hello, Dan.
Yeah, hey. Hey, how are you doing?
How's it going?
It's going pretty good. How are you?
Oh, pretty good.
Okay. Well, you're now on the radio.
I'm on the radio.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm speaking to White Wolf von Atzingen. I'm going to murder that. Atzingen? Is that right?
Atzingen.
Atzingen, okay.
Atzingen.
Okay, I murdered that before. Actually, for some reason, I thought it was Atzinger or something like that. But
that's a very common mistake. It's Swiss.
Okay.
Most people get thrown off by that middle N.
Yeah. Right. Well, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. Doing good. It is a humid, sticky day up here in Vermont. But
yeah, you're in Vermont. Where are you located?
Starksboro, which is up north of Bristol.
Okay, and south of Burlington?
Yeah. It's about halfway between Burlington and Middlebury.
Okay. You're way out there.
Yeah, it's off Route 116, and then about 2.5 miles up a dirt road in the mountains.
Great. So I'm pretty excited. I read most of your book. I can't say I finished the whole thing. And thank you so much for sending the book to me. It was very interesting. I have to ask you this: everything in that book true?
Yeah, it is.
Jeez, Louise.
I've been on radio shows all over the country and in different country overseas talking about it. Been interviewed quite a bit on the air and through email interviews. I teach a lot of classes actually that go into detail on healing techniques and whatnot that I discovered along my own path of transformation, so to speak.
Right. So let's talk a little bit about your background. You were raised in the in Colorado, correct? In the wilds of the Rockies.
Actually, I moved to Colorado. I originally began in Fort Dix Army Hospital. That's where I was born, in New Jersey.
Oh, okay.
And then from there, my parents moved to the mountains of Pennsylvania, to the Appalachians.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
And and as I stated in the book, the childhood chapter, the location of the childhood chapter was changed. So I went from the East Coast to the West Coast in there.
Oh, so you changed it to protect the innocent, or?
Pretty much to keep family matters.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, you fooled me.
But I know Colorado very well because I did move to Colorado. I lived in Colorado for many years, exploring the mountains and whatnot. So it was a very easy transition because I just took places that were in Colorado that energetically were very similar to where I grew up in the Appalachians.
Mm-hmm. So it's interesting that did your parents have an Army background? Is that why you were in an Army hospital?
My father was in the Air Force.
Okay.
My grandfather was in the Army. My great-grandfather was in the Army. My uncle was in the Navy. So, yeah, quite a bit of military history there.
And that's interesting because, reading the book, you get approached. Well, approached, that's a nice way to put it. You get abducted, basically, by some people who want to train you that have been watching you your whole life, right?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
So they've been watching you since you were born. Is that what you think, or?
Yeah, that's actually what I've been told in the training facility. They pretty much flat out told us that those of you who have been selected for the training program have been monitored. Our family units have been monitored. Everybody in the training facility had heavy military background in their families or agency backgrounds. And so they watch, they watch offspring, they watch genetic lines, they watch skill sets, IQs, they pretty much keep tabs on everything that you are interested in and what you're good at, and they have ways of steering your path through life to kind of adopt the techniques that they want you to embrace later on as specialties.
Right. Were you ever aware of this as you were growing up, or?
Not until I was in my mid-teens.
Yeah. Until it happened.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So it
But
kind of
it did put things into perspective, though.
right. It kind of makes the NSA look like pikers, huh? I mean,
I wouldn't say that. The NSA is quite a powerful unit out there.
Yeah.
They have their hands in an amazing amount of programs, globally speaking.
right. And okay, so let's sort of, for those that didn't read the book, and I'm sure there's a bunch of people who didn't read the book. It's called Shadow Warriors. I don't have it with me.
Shadow Scorpion.
Shadow Scorpion. Oh, that was close. Something about shadow. And you were living an idyllic life in the woods, shall we say? And your mentor was a part Indian or a full-blooded Native American. I guess that's what we call them these days. And teaching you all sorts of methods of, guess, kind of moving with nature and being with nature. And so then you were there for a while, and then your family decided to put you in a school, and then they also decided that you still need to learn from this guy. What was his name again?
Michkaline.
Okay, and so at some point you get abducted, basically taken, just broad daylight. Was it broad daylight?
It was.
Yeah,
it certainly was.
And was it I can't remember if it was a bad part of town, but anyway, it doesn't matter. And you got taken to you basically woke up and you were all naked and strapped to some table in some facility where they basically said, join the program or we're going to keep torturing you or we're going to kill you or whatever. And you, to your credit, many people would have folded a long time ago, but you withstood a lot of their torture techniques until they kind of said, well, look, we've been following you. We know where your family is. The cruise that your parents are on right now, we orchestrated that. So, you probably want to play ball. So like the next chapter, you're in the training program and you're learning all these skills after being deprived of sleep, food, all kinds of deprivations and torture, basically, mind control techniques, being melded into an assassin, right? Have I got it right
correct.
so far?
Yep.
And so, so you go through all this incredible training that would make lesser people most likely die. And there were a lot of people. I never really got a sense of how many people started in the training mission, and how many came out at the end. It seemed like a lot of people fell by the wayside. Do you have any idea?
In the unit I was in, there was a dozen individuals who did not survive the training.
Okay, and you ended up possibly killing a couple of them, or who knows?
That was part of the training, yes.
Yeah. And then you ended up killing your instructor, which was very interesting. This guy that you both didn't get along with. Ended up killing him because he wanted to prove his point or something like that. And then you're out in the world, and that's just, I don't want to spoil I guess I have already spoiled the book for people, but you're out on your own doing missions, and that's kind of where I had to stop because I couldn't complete the book yet, but I will complete the book. Really a fascinating story. And what's really interesting to me is the whole nature side of it. The whole, what do you call that? Ways of the wild, I guess. Where you were kind of using the techniques that you had learned to peacefully coexist to murder people, to assassinate people. That's what do you say about that kind of stuff?
Well, and that was a big part of the training, because the training facility that I was in Fort Detrick, it was a homeland assassin project. In other words, we did not travel overseas. We were, and homeland meaning in the Americas. So we were from Canada all the way down to Central America, South America. I had missions down in Central America myself, but most of these assignments took place on American soil.
Yeah.
Or Canadian soil. And these were not typically they were not city-oriented assignments, like you see in a lot of the movies and whatnot that's out there. This was primarily a wildlands crew, meaning we were supposed to target individuals who were trying to either escape across borders or smuggle information or microchips or whatever across borders using lesser traveled highways, so to speak, which means trailways and wilderness travel.
Yeah.
And so they needed operatives to be able to survive in very primitive conditions with very little.
Yeah.
They needed you to go out there with just what was on your back and remain as long as necessary. They needed you to be invisible. They needed you to be trained enough to where they knew that you could go in and you could come back out undetected. And so this was where the crossover came into play, the interest zone of my Native American teachings with the training facility teachings. Because my Native American teacher, Michigalain, he was teaching me the ways of the wild. He was teaching me wilderness ways, Native American ways that he had been living his entire life. When I met him, he was 86 years old. And he had been living the old ways of his culture for his entire life. And so he was pretty much teaching me the philosophies, the spirituality, the physical skills of the Native Scout. And this is really where a lot of the Black Ops projects trainings get into when you're talking about the outdoor orientations. Because there were individuals back in the 60s and 70s within the agencies who went out, and within the military, who went out to reservations seeking highly skilled Native Scouts. And they were bringing them back onto military reservations, and they were pretty much telling them that they were going to teach the military their techniques.
Or else.
Yeah, exactly. And, a lot of these individuals did so. One individual that you might have heard of who did, he is not Native American, but he had a very similar upbringing to myself, was Tom Brown Jr. He's out of New Jersey, out of the Pine Barrens. And he's been, he's got the tracker school down there. And he willingly went and began teaching the scout methods that he was taught by his Apache elder to special ops.
Wow.
And so, the special ops aspects of the military, they gained an amazing amount of information from Native American teachings and their skill levels over the decades, and they employ them in many different aspects of their, their job ratio, their techniques that they utilize on a global scale.
Right.
So they really look for individuals who have this kind of background if they want to bring those individuals into training programs that will orient them into wilderness operations. Because it's one step ahead, so to speak. You already have a foot in the door. You already have a background in the information. And so what they do is they bring it in and they twist it. Because when you are dealing with pure Native American teachings, there is a great deal of spirituality involved, laced through every skill that you ever learn. Nothing is two-dimensional. Everything you learn, from shelter building to fire making to every track you learn how to read, weather patterns, edibles, medicinals, making tools, traveling through the land, identifying animals, you name it. It all has multi-dimension.
Yeah.
It all has great depth and spirituality. And when you get into a training facility, for government agencies and military organizations who are training you in similar methods, skill-wise. They remove all of the spirituality, of course, and they replace it. They replace it with servitude, with basically you don't ask questions, need-to-know basis.
Right.
But in order to get you to utilize such skills to do the work that they put out for you, they have to remove certain aspects of your personality, your emotion, anything that's connected to something deeper, your spiritual nature. They have to block that off. They have to remove that in order to get you to do the jobs that they have in mind. Because no human being that is in touch with that deep aspect of themselves would complete the assignments that they give. It's just completely against our nature to do what they do on a global scale, what they continue to do.
So I didn't, I've only read 3/4 of the book, but why didn't you escape, or why didn't you get out of there?
In the training facility, or when I was doing mission work?
Mission work, because they let you go and then they brought you back. I think I'm at the SEAL when you're doing SEAL training right now with the SEALs. Right. Not those furry animals, but the top secret military special forces type people. Mm-hmm. But so you. Is it because, I'm probably answering my own question, but is it because you kind of were in a fog and you didn't know which way was up? Because of the training facility just put you in such a state that you're like, well, I'm just Joe Blow and I'm just doing my thing. And I get a call one day and now I'm in Tennessee or I'm in Honduras or wherever I am doing something else.
Yeah, what happens is during the breaking phase in the training facility, that's exactly what they do. They physically abuse you until your mind breaks. Your psyche shatters. It's the only way that your mind can convince your body to continue surviving through the trauma that it's going through. And this is called dissociation. And it's a key to mind control and program success. You have to completely dissociate in order to be mind controlled in the first place. And how that happens is after the shattering occurs of the psyche, your mind becomes mush, really. You get into an extreme state of shock, dissociation, and utilizing technology, utilizing repetition, they literally program certain aspects of your mind to embrace certain technique sets. So just for a real quick example, one section of your mind would be programmed to be a tracker, whereas another aspect of your mind would be programmed to be able to interpret computer code or whatever. And once they begin to program these aspects of your mind, and they know which aspects of the mind are associated to what skill levels that you already have. And so they're using what's already existing to layer on top specific agendas, specific programming information. They cannot layer in what is not already there.
Yeah.
It won't take. And so it's like trying to, give somebody a blood transplant, that has the wrong type of blood. You can't give somebody A blood if they're B. All right? The body rejects it. The mind is the same. You have to download information into sections of the mind that already have a foundation of that information pre-existing. Once they begin to program, they use the energy of the mind itself. They utilize frequency. They target doorways, so to speak. The in-between sections of the broken facets of the mind. They use frequency to create blocks, mental blocks. And this is something that the human mind can do on its own. Right? You see this in many people who have gone through extreme trauma. Children, for example. They'll go through extreme trauma, and their mind will literally dissociate break apart and then create a energy block. That child may grow up into an adult, and 50 years later, they might be able to get through that block and realize what happened to them when they were a child. But up until that point, they have no memory whatsoever. All right? The agencies figured out how to do this with technology, how to force it to happen.
Yeah.
And it's a science, and they have it down. And so once they do this, once they section off as many pieces of your mind as they need to, and program those sections with skill sets that they require for your future work with them, and they seal it off with the energy blocks, what they end up doing then is they download trigger zones to be able to flip you from one facet or one alter personality to another alter personality. And these triggers can be color codes, number codes, sounds, they can be names, they can be locations, they can be sensory, hot, cold, they can be certain smells, combination of smells, they can be anything.
Wow.
And these triggers are downloaded into each one of these mental sections that have been broken off and programmed. And so once those triggers are brought into the conscious awareness phase of the mind, it automatically is programmed to flip into that alter section of your personality. So the conscious aspect of your daily life is unaware of the programmed sections of your mind and your alter personality.
So you didn't even know that you were an assassin, basically.
Exactly. I didn't realize it until 2003, 2002, 2003, I believe. Because what happens is, once you endure so much trauma, your body requires the energy to heal. If you endure extreme amounts of physical trauma, your body starts to draw energy from your brain in order to heal. This weakens the blocking walls, the energetic frequency walls between the alter personalities, and it creates holes. Those holes are called bleed-throughs. You're able to actually gain information, memories from alter personalities. In the beginning, it's very tough because they're very fragmented. Nothing makes sense. But they're repetitive, and they make you stop because you remember. Even though you can't remember how it fits into your life, you remember being there, you remember doing it. After a while, once you start to focus it, once you start to diary this stuff, you start to journal it down, you start putting these pieces together. The more you focus on it, the bigger these holes get, and the more information comes through. And this is a dangerous aspect of healing from these projects, because if you try to go too fast, it'll be like breaking a dam.
Yeah.
And you'll end up in a insane asylum or commit suicide. Many people getting out of the programs, this is where they end up, unfortunately, because it happens too fast.
Yeah.
It has to be a very, very slow, meticulous process.
So how long did it take for you to realize what was going on, I guess?
I lost your audio there. I couldn't hear.
How long did it take you to realize what was going on?
Oh, it took me... It took me about 7 or 8 years to be able to put all the pieces together.
Okay. And then after that, you went through a process, right, to sort of reclaim yourself, shall we say?
I'm going through the process.
Oh, okay, you're continuing.
It's a lifetime process.
Yeah.
I mean, once you are subject to this type of mental abuse, it literally will take the rest of your life to really heal completely from it. Anybody who says that they're completely deprogrammed from such projects is lying.
Yeah.
So it doesn't happen overnight.
So if you hear certain words or see certain things, you might act violently, or you might do something, or is that your experience?
In the past, yes. But I have gained a great amount of control over the years because I have been focusing on my self-healing every day.
Yeah.
For many years now. So I have been able to identify alter personalities within myself. I have been able to identify triggers, and I have been able to utilize techniques to begin merging them back together and diffusing them, so to speak, so I have conscious control of them. How this stuff works for the programs is that you don't have control of them, you are not aware of them, and therefore you're subject to being utilized, all right, being controlled by outside sources. Once you gain awareness of it and you begin to focus on it and bring it into your conscious awareness on a daily basis, you begin to discover these facets of yourself and eventually gain control of them. And it's a slow process.
Yeah. So let's talk a little bit about your institute here. You're in Vermont. You've got this institute called Ways of the Wild Institute. Can you talk a little bit about what you guys do there?
Yeah, I created the institute about 5 years ago, I guess. And I began the institute with the idea that I was just going to focus on wilderness skills, spirituality, awareness, survival skills, wilderness living skills, native traditions, things of that sort. Basically the things that I was taught when I was growing up. And then lived for most of my life. And then as I began to move along with classes, courses, and start designing the structure of the school, I realized that I couldn't do it with the original vision that I had, and that was just primarily to focus on wilderness skills. Because like I was taught by Meech Gillane as I was going through my childhood, nothing is two-dimensional. Everything is connected. Everything is woven in the great web of life. And so I realized that if this was going to be my school, and I was going to be teaching, then it had to be from everything that I am. And so that meant I needed to bring in the healing philosophies that I have found to work for me, and the global awareness and global agenda awareness into the mix. And so I started to try two different pathways in the school. One pathway was going to be primarily wilderness skills alone, and the other pathway was going to be what I called self-healing skills. And this worked for a little while, and then I realized that they were still separate. They were too separate. I couldn't teach them separately. They had to be taught side by side. And so I moved them together into the same path and created a four-directional structure in the school. So I have the east direction is the philosophy section of the school. The southern section is the physical skills of the school. The western section is the spirituality of the school, and the northern section is the healing aspect of the school. And so I've got four traditional directions, and each direction contains one facet, one energy of the information that I present. And so by bringing it into a medicine wheel structure, I was able to combine the classes in such a way that allows me to present physical skills mixed with philosophy, mixed with spirituality, mixed with self-healing, all in the same package. And so what I do is I offer courses under each one of those directions. Meaning the course, for example, Ego Mind. All right, Ego Mind is listed underneath the Eastern section, which is the philosophy section. And Ego Mind is a course that goes into great detail on how to navigate, understand, and gain full control of your own brain and your own mind, your own structure, and your own life. Because your life is created by your own mind. What you think becomes your reality.
Right.
And so to successfully create the life that you want, you have to first understand how your brain works, how your mind works, and how it doesn't work, and who's in control of your mind beyond you. And so Eagle Mind is a whole course that goes into this. So it's in the philosophy section, but it also combines spirituality. It also combines the North, self-healing aspects. So even though the courses are tagged in the 4 directions, each one contains facets of the other direction as well, to make them whole, to make them complete. And so I have courses that are run year-round, spring, summer, fall, and winter. The majority of the courses are based out of northern Vermont here. And the wilderness classes, of course, they all take place out in the wilderness. We don't have like a backyard environment that we teach wilderness skills. We actually go into wilderness areas.
You don't show them pictures or anything.
Exactly, yeah. We don't have a nice little barn with a concrete floor and a slideshow, and, you know, that's where we learn how to light fires and stuff. No, we go into the wilderness, and this is where we do our dirt work, so to speak.
Yeah.
The indoor classes, these are the ones that would be like Eagle Mind or self-awareness. These are the ones that would be self-healing or mind control and programming reality. All this takes place in indoor settings. On the rare occasion where the weather actually cooperates, we'll have one of these courses outside.
Right.
But most of the time it doesn't cooperate in Vermont, so we have the indoor setting to accommodate that. But I also travel if I have a sponsor to, well, pretty much any location. If I have a sponsor to come and teach or do a seminar somewhere, then I will travel and do so.
Yeah. So is it just you teaching, or do you have other people assisting you?
It's just me.
Oh, okay.
I teach, yeah, every course that's on my website, I teach.
Okay.
Yeah, all the email questions that come in, I answer. All the podcasts that I do, all the DVD sets that I make, because I have courses on DVD because I realize not everybody has the opportunity to travel.
Right.
So I film them and I make DVD sets, and so people can purchase those and take the course right in their living room if they want to. So yeah, it's a one-man show. I kind of do everything.
Wow.
It's a lot of work.
I was going to say. Yeah.
I work 7 days a week. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's why you needed that vacation. I was starting to panic when you weren't responding to my email. I'm like, uh-oh.
I did.
Did they get him again?
No, I went on vacation. I just returned this past weekend. My wife and son and I went to Bar Harbor for the week.
Okay, great.
Maine. Had a great time. Had a really good time. Got a lot of good stuff that I'll be writing a lot of articles about on my website.
Yeah. So one thing that interests me, well, one thing, just a facet of the book is the part where you were talking about before, how they're using sort of, I'll just use your term, the ways of the wild to make you into an assassin or to enhance your skills. And how does that kind of jibe with... Well, I know in some native traditions that they have to like ask the spirits in order to take a life, right? They don't just take a life; they have to ask the spirits, and then they can do it if they receive permission. And so I'm wondering how that jibed with that sort of philosophy. Did like if you were tracking, say, a person who was more spiritually, who knew the ways of the wild, shall we say, and was spiritually connected, would they just be able to spot you like no problem because you're this sort of aberration out in the wilderness? Does that make any sense?
It does make sense, yes.
Oh, good.
And it's a good question because this is definitely something they take into account in the training facility because to be able to find a lot of these targets and move into position, you have to understand the ways of the wild. You have to understand how to disperse your energy or ground your energy. You have to be very adept at becoming invisible, so to speak.
Yeah.
So you have to be aware not to set off bird alarms, because birds are the number one alarm system of the wilderness. They will be the first of the wild creatures to give away your position. And so you have to learn how to move through the wilderness without setting off bird alarms. You have to understand the alarm structures around water areas, frogs, amphibians, everything that sings, crickets, grasshoppers. When you get near, they go quiet.
Right.
And so you get dead spots in the wilderness. And so if you are in the vicinity and you are very aware and you pay attention to bird language, you will know when somebody's coming close. Unless that individual understands bird language and how the birds react as well, and can meld their energy into the wilderness in such a way that they can move through where the birds do not feel threatened. It's much like a predator stalking prey. If a predator stalked prey with the mindset of a cliche predator, they would starve to death, because everything would give its position away.
Yeah.
So the predator has to stalk prey like a passive observer. The predator has to blend their energy in a very non-threatening way in order to move through the forest without setting off alarms, so that they can gain the correct positioning to the prey to be able to attack. This goes mainly for ambush predators, not so much with runners, like wolves, for instance, but more like mountain lions, bobcats, things like that, fox. And so these are things that they teach in the training facility. They understand that you have to be able to move through very quietly, blend through without setting off alarm structures, and give away your position.
But if your intent is to kill some person, isn't that sort of a beacon that they can say, okay, that person is coming with some evil intent, or did they teach you to disguise that as well?
If you went into the wilderness, or if you went down a path, or you went into a city, or wherever the missions happen to take place, with that intent, yes, you're absolutely correct. It could be picked up. And this is why you did not go with that mental intent.
Yeah.
All right? You went as a passive observer. Right? You did not go with the intent to kill. You went with the intent to simply gain the right positioning.
Right.
Once you have gained the right positioning, there's steps to it, and the predator knows these steps as well. The predator understands it's hungry, it needs food, so it understands it needs to track. So it also understands in order to track successfully to gain its prey, it cannot go in with the mindset of kill. It has to go in the mindset with just following the trail, just tracking, right? Like a deer tracking through the woods trying to find the proper edibles to eat. Okay, so the predator goes through the first step of just being empty. Just going through, following the trail, just being empty. Once it gets closer, then it starts to ground its energy. By grounding its energy, any intensity that begins to rise automatically becomes grounded. It doesn't go upward, it doesn't go outward. All right? It goes into the earth. This helps to keep the predator stable as it's going along its tracking path. Once it is in position, at that point it brings all of its intent, all of its focus into its grounding. Once it brings it into its grounding, it creates a siphon, so to speak, a vacuum almost, to where it allows that energy to funnel up from its grounding into every fiber of its being, to act instantaneously, all at one time, all right, not piece by piece.
Yeah.
So when that mountain lion is ready to attack, it's crouched, it's ready, it's grounded. You can't even see it, all right, because it knows, it's grounding its energy. When you're walking by, you won't even see that mountain lion crouched down there waiting, or the tiger, all right? Only when it brings all that intensity up into its being and springs, will you know it's there.
And then it's too late.
And then it's too late.
Yeah. Wow, that's pretty fascinating. So I assume you still know how to do these things, how to ground your energy. What do you do? What does that entail?
Yeah, you don't forget the skills.
Yeah.
You know, once the skills are in there, you know, once you begin merging aspects of yourself back together, you don't lose them. You instead gain control of them.
Right.
So other people can't use you through those skills. But grounding your energy entails focusing on. There's a number of ways to do it. One way to do it, very simple way, is to focus on the acupressure or acupuncture point called Kidney 1. Kidney 1 is on the bottom of the foot, dead center of the foot, just behind the ball of the foot. So if you go to the ball of the foot behind the big toe, you go off the back side to where it drops into the foot itself, and then you move dead center of your foot. You'll feel a little hollow, and if you put your finger on there, just gently, you'll actually feel a slight warmth and vibration there. Right? That's Kidney 1. Energy goes in and out of the body at this point. So bringing your focus down to Kidney 1 ends up bringing your energy down to Kidney 1. At that time, if you focus on the frequency, if you visualize the frequency of the earth or grounding, which is brown, and you visualize the feet, the legs, ankles, knees in brown. Right? You visualize that in brown, it automatically brings the frequency of the earth into your legs and feet, which helps to further ground you. At that point, you bring all of your awareness into feeling what is beneath your feet. Every discrepancy in the terrain, the temperature if you're barefoot, all right, pressure zones, everything. So you're bringing all your focus down to the bottom of your feet, how your feet feel, how your legs feel on top of your feet, how the entire body is reacting to the pebble that's underneath your heel. All right? When you're stepping, you don't just step. You float your foot down.
Yeah.
So that you're aware of every pebble, every stick, every inconsistency in the ground, so that when you step silently. But this brings such a mental focus into your grounding, right, into being connected to the earth, that it begins to solidify your energy onto the lowest plane, which is the earth plane. At that point, you can then put the rest of your body inside of a brown frequency by visualizing like a brown sphere around you. And then take all of your heat, all of the excess energy that's in the core of your body, and visualize it being drawn down to the soles of your feet and actually filling your feet. So that the core energy of your body, even though the core energy of your body still remains in your core, its connection now goes down to the soles of the feet, which give it weight. Most people have a core body energy that breathes, that pulses in and out. And so when you get near a person and you put your palm out, you can feel their energy coming off them. But if you drop that energy and you give it weight, you'll notice that you have to get closer and closer and closer to that person to be able to feel them. Right?
Right.
This is grounding. This is utilizing the mind to control the body and the energy of the body to bring it downward into the grounding of yourself. That would be a single point grounding. Multiple point grounding would actually be bringing your energy down and then dispersing it around you. So moving it out into the landscape so that it's still connected to you, but it does not take the shape of a human. It takes the shape of a scatter pattern. And many predators will do this. When that mountain lion is standing there, when that tiger is standing in the grass, and it's crouched, and it's ready to pounce, if you could take one of these energy machines that scientists have that can actually read the energy, that can see the heat signatures of the body, the energies of even plants, you would notice that a great deal of that energy is actually scattered on the ground around the animal. All right? That's what they're doing. This is a multi-point grounding. This is another method for dispersing the energy or hiding your energy as you're moving through.
Wow. That's interesting. I just have to take a station break here. You're listening to WVW LP Brattleboro 107.7. your community radio station. By the way, the views and opinions expressed on this program are those of myself and my guest. And my guest is White Wolf von Atzingen.
Atzingen.
Atzingen. Anyway, and we've been talking about all kinds of stuff here in the station. You could give us a call, I guess. We could see how that would work. I have you on Skype. Could possibly do the telephone thing as well. Anyway, I wanted to get back to the book a little bit, and I know I mentioned in my email that I didn't really want to talk about politics or New World Order or the control system, but I couldn't help it after reading your book. And you mentioned in the book about how I think it was the SEAL commander that you went to for more training in SEAL methods. And he mentioned about the Vietnam War that was merely a war to test out weapons. And I thought that was, I'd heard that about the Persian Gulf War as well. And that one of the things that that you mentioned as well is that the Agent Orange thing never existed. Maybe you could talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, from what I've been told, from my research and from people who were training us, from their information, most of the wars that are out there, a large part of their purpose is to test future weapons. All right. Test weapons that have not been released yet, and see how they work. And one such weapon they were testing in Vietnam was an underground nuclear device that could actually burrow, tunnel itself, so to speak, into the earth. These are underground detonators, underground detonation missiles. And what they do is they tunnel into the earth, and they, they're able to locate the exact positioning where they're supposed to be going to, all right, GPS. And once they get there, they detonate, and these are underground explosions. And they're set to detonate at levels under the earth and in certain soil structures where the radiation then rises through the soil and into the atmosphere, thus poisoning everything around them. And this is actually, from, like I said, what I have been told and the documents that I was shown in training, this is actually where Agent Orange came from. The symptoms of Agent Orange are exactly the same as radiation poisoning. And they began, the symptoms and the signs of Agent Orange started to come up. It coincided with the detonations of these new underground burrowing missiles.
How many of these missiles did they detonate?
In the entire course of the Vietnam War, supposedly, from what I have been told, they detonated over 30.
Wow.
In various parts of Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia. So the entire region down there. So yes, they were spraying from the planes. They were spraying different chemicals to try to, drop the vegetation and whatnot. But supposedly the symptoms of the Agent Orange that people are that have come up with over the decades now align more with radiation poisoning than they do the pesticide chemical residue that was on the landscape at the time. When they were testing with the chemicals, and they began spraying vast areas of the jungle with the chemicals, the chemical exposure created different symptoms than what is seen in true clinical Agent Orange scenarios. So, like I said, these are documents that they were showing us and they were explaining. Of course, I was not in the Vietnam War, so whether or not all of it is absolutely accurate, I cannot say.
Yeah.
But from what I saw and the associations and the lines that they were drawing, the documents between one and the other, It was pretty convincing. Yeah, it was pretty convincing.
And then I think about the Persian Gulf War. There's I don't know if you have any information on this, but there's something called Persian Gulf War syndrome.
Yeah.
Do you have any information on that? What is causing that, or caused that, or?
In the Persian Gulf and all through Iran and Iraq, ever since Desert Storm, they began testing chemicals, sprays on the troops.
Yeah.
This has been going on. It has not stopped. And what they do is they take chopters over the troop locations and they spray. And of course, they tell the troops that they're spraying for all kinds of ridiculous things. But what they are chemicals that are designed to manipulate genetic structures within living bodies, as well as the mental structures, the thought processes that naturally occur in the human structure and the mental matrix. And what they're doing is they're trying to figure out which chemicals work best to induce states of complete compliance. All right, where you're removing all emotional structure from the soldier, and you're putting them into states of machines, basically. Go out, do this. You don't question it. You just do it. There's absolutely no need to worry about the emotional status of the soldier at that point in time. They're also looking to enhance the genetic structure to where the soldiers can endure longer amounts of desert heat, go longer time frames without water, without food, go longer time frames without exhausting themselves, carrying gear, also with the extreme mental focus that goes along with mission work. That's extremely draining.
Yeah.
So, in Vietnam, they were using chemical sprays. They were also downloading it into water sources and food sources, and they were slipping it into platoons. They were monitoring the progress, so to speak, and the results of the effects. But over in the deserts, yes, they're still utilizing chemical deployment, so to speak, in foods and waters, but the main aspect is in airborne structure, because it's so much easier. All right, food is perishable, water is perishable when you're in those locations. They all have to be packaged, shipped.
Yeah.
But the sprays are easy.
Right.
And the sprays can reach far more people. They also have been utilizing frequency testing to where they can download from satellites as well as frequency machines that are bolted to helicopters, and they direct specific frequency alignments to not only troops, American troops, but also Iraqi troops, troops in Iran, Afghanistan, all over the place. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to utilize frequency to literally mind control the troops to give up. This is why so many of the units that the American troops have come upon have literally laid down their weapons and quit.
Right, the bunkers in Iraq, right? Yeah,
exactly.
Or Kuwait, I guess.
It's all over the region.
Yeah.
I mean, it started back in Desert Storm.
Right.
All of a sudden you get all these fanatics out there who are just, they're out there for blood. They're just programmed to just do it. And then as soon as you get a platoon move in, they just give up, just like that.
Wow.
And what they were doing is they were targeting those bunkers before the platoon units arrived with these frequency machines, right? Or they would target the area with satellite frequency deployments, and they were literally trying to figure out frequency combinations that would dumb down the individual, that would just make them give up. They say, no, just takes the fight out of them. I'm not ready to fight anymore. I would just rather just give this to you and just be compliant.
Do you have any information on whether they're using this on the American population or other populations?
Absolutely, yeah. They utilize it. What they use is a carrier wave known as extra low frequency. which is naturally existing in the Earth. Extra low frequency intensifies in fault line zones. When you end up getting an earthquake or an impending earthquake, ELF is what it's called, abbreviation, begins to increase naturally in the Earth, begins to rise up out of the Earth. However, they have learned how to utilize satellites to direct ELF into vast areas of the globe. And these ELF waves literally are carrier waves that they can download many other frequencies into. And so they will utilize ELF to, the popular term today is dumb down certain areas of the population before they're going to initiate a pre-planned event. Some people call them a red flag event. So if you end up getting a hold of
Something's ringing.
it's not on my end.
Oh, it's on my end.
My phone's unplugged.
Oh, all right.
I learned that before. I was on radio shows, and all of a sudden my phone would start ringing.
Now, hold on a second.
Yeah.
DW. Oh. That doesn't make for very good radio. Hold on a second. I heard somebody say that on the air on this station. Now, I'm just going to try to find a record. It'll be about 20 minutes. Just hold on. Then he's like, just kidding.
I've been on plenty of shows where that's happened. Hold on a second.
Yeah, hold on a second. Okay, well, yeah, that's depressing stuff. These are nasty customers that we're all dealing with, huh? I mean,
yes,
scary stuff. I don't know. I kind of like to leave people with a little bit of hope. Not that I'm ending this interview, but you know what I'm saying? Like, what can people do about this? It just seems so like these guys have have some phenomenal weapons and mind control assassins. Could be anywhere, right? I mean, who knows, right?
Yeah, especially sleepers,
right? And just they go on the TV and they say, apple dumpling, and they come out of the woodwork. Uh-oh, I hit on something. Anyway, what do you say to people who tell you, "Oh God, that's crazy," or what can we do, or both?
Well, in all my radio shows that I've done and all my courses and the seminars that I do all over the place, I'm huge on presenting practical techniques and hope. All right.
Yeah.
It's not a lose-all game. It's only a lose-all game if you decide to give up. But as long as you don't decide to give up, there's always hope. Always. And I've learned that through my life. From where I have been in my life to where I am now, I understand that anything is possible. And you're right. They do have an amazing amount of technology that never sleeps. This is a 24/7 thing. And every month it gets more intense. All right? Their technology is always advancing. They have technology. When I was I saw technology that I couldn't even begin to wrap my mind around. And that was years ago. Today, all of it has greatly advanced. There's no way that I could even imagine what kind of technology they have out there. So we have to understand that technology is against us. Technology is on their side. However, technology has limitations. There's one thing that does not have limitations, and that is the mind. The mind does not have limitations. The only limitations the mind has are the illusionary limitations that we place upon it. And this is what they prey upon. They prey upon weakness of the mind. If you have weaknesses in the mind, if you have low self-worth issues, if you have ego issues, if you have issues of abandonment, if you have issues of self-punishment, all right, if these things dominate your life, if they're laced within your mind structure, then you will be controllable. All right? They will be able to control you through technology. Look at the marketing out there today. All right? Advertisements, billboards, magazines, it's all over the place. people go to McDonald's. Why? Because they're controlled to do so.
Yeah.
They know the food is crap. It makes them feel terrible, yet they still go. All right? They know it's killing them, yet they still go because they're programmed to do so. Because the technology and the marketing is preying upon the weakness in their minds. They don't feel good about themselves. They have low self-worth. They might even have self-punishment issues. Therefore, they're going to buy into this marketing. They're going to buy in to going to these restaurants that are poisoning them. They're going to buy into smoking cigarettes that are killing them. They're going to buy into doing illegal drugs, cocaine, heroin, all this other stuff. All right, they're going to buy into being an alcoholic. They're going to buy into rape and incest and everything else that's out there that is just so imbalanced.
Yeah.
They're going to buy into it because it supports that weak mind pattern structure that they have. If we want to reclaim our lives and change the world to make it a better place, a more balanced place for ourselves, for our family, for our children, for future generations, then it needs to begin inside our own heads. We need to learn how to gain control of our emotions. Every single confrontation I have ever seen has come about because somebody lost their emotional balance. All right? They reacted to an emotional structure.
Yeah.
Emotions are not you. Emotions are simply tools to help us learn to understand and navigate this life. The mind dictates emotions. You agree. You have to agree that the sky is blue. You could have agreed that it was green.
Yeah.
You could have agreed that it was yellow, but you agreed that the sky is blue. All right? Well, here in Vermont for the last month it's been gray, but you agreed. Everything that you have in your life, you had to agree upon. Otherwise, you would have rejected it. And so, everything that you see in your life, whether it is in your judgmental mind, good or bad, dark or light, positive or negative, whatever you're judging in your life, you have helped create. You have drawn to it with your mind patterns, with your mind energies. If you start to learn how to weed through your mind patterns, what you're thinking every day, every night, what is running through your head, you write it down, you make lists, you categorize it. Right? This is what I call ego mind. And I have a course that I teach. I also have 2 full DVD sets explaining about this entire process of how to learn how to look at your mind, how to navigate it, how to interpret it, how to understand what's going on, why it's going on. Why is your mind structured the way it is, and somebody else's structured the way theirs is?
Now, when you say mind, do you mean the brain, or you're using? Is that the same as the brain, or what are you saying?
The mind is the energy of the brain, right? The brain is simply a physical tool that the mind works through.
Okay.
Right. So the mind is the energy of the brain itself. So the mind creates the brain creates the body.
Okay.
Right? And so to understand the dynamics of the mind, to understand why it's functioning the way it is, you have to do some research. You have to start learning about awareness, self-awareness. You have to learn self-awareness techniques, and you have to learn how to analyze yourself day in and day out and go through what I call mouse mind, which is figuring out everything that you're doing, categorize it, to figure it out, compartmentalize it. It's the only way we understand things. It's like our body. You look at yourself and you go, well, here I am. I see myself in the mirror. So what? You know nothing about yourself. You don't know about your cells, your heart, your blood, your circulation, your nerves, until you start to compartmentalize and until you start to begin to look deeper at every single facet. Only when you can compartmentalize to such a degree to where you understand completely what is in every compartment can you bring it back and become whole.
Yeah, I had this experience one time. I went shopping with my family, and I'm not really into shopping, as probably most men aren't. But I was in the store, and my family is going about their business, and I'm just like, and saying all kinds of stuff that I probably would regret later. And then I'm like, I had this sort of realization. I'm like, boy, I'm cranky. I said it out loud to my wife, and she's like, yeah, you sure are. And after that, everything was fine.
Uh-huh.
It was kind of like what you're saying. I kind of had this awareness that, dude, you're being cranky. You know, here you are in a store, and you know, make the best out of the situation. That, you know, it's somewhat self-aware.
Yeah, you became aware of it, and therefore you gave yourself a choice.
It kind of gave me some relief, though. I was no longer cranky after that. I was like, wow, I'm not cranky anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, once you become aware of something, you bring it into your conscious awareness, you then gain control over it. Because you give yourself a choice. I can continue to be cranky, or I can choose not to be and be something else.
Right.
I can choose to let the McDonald's golden arches, you know, create this, you know, this insatiable hunger inside me that I just need to go and get some of that nasty, you know, poison, you know, or I can become aware that, wait, I'm not even hungry.
Yeah.
You know, this is a trigger. This is a trap. This is triggering a marketing program inside me that, hey, I need to go eat a Big Mac.
So let me wrap this together then. Are you saying that these advertising companies are using sort of mind control techniques to get people to buy their products and think about them daily?
They understand. They have entire corporations, especially. They have entire groups of people within the corporations that do nothing but analyze the psyche of the human being, and they figure out what smells, what sounds, what colors, what patterns, what repetitions of all kinds put people into a complacent state, put people into a compulsive state, put people into a state where they feel they need, slow people down in the stores. This is all mind control. That's exactly what it is. And this is just on a very basic level.
Yeah.
This is just a corporation doing it. This isn't even government agencies on a global scale.
Right. But you were saying before how in your Ways of the Wild Institute, where you learn where your brain is from, or I can't remember your exact phrase. Are you kind of saying that people are programming your mind or your brain, or am I putting words in your mouth?
Yeah, what's going on through frequency, through repetition, by understanding how the mind works and understanding where the weaknesses are in the mind, corporations, companies, government agencies, military organizations, bank organizations, they can design their organizations, they can devise and design their products to target those weaknesses so that you end up attracted to them. And so this is a form of mind control. And so what happens is your brain's a computer. Right? Everything in you is programmed in you. When you're born, you don't know how to walk. You don't know how to talk. Right? You don't know how to feed yourself. Everything that you learn is a program. It's like a computer. You get a program, you get a computer, and your hard drive is empty. In order for that computer to work, you have to program it. That's why you have computer programmers. Well, life is a programmer for your mind. And you have to agree to those programs in order for them to take hold. And that means you will agree to whatever is already existing in your mind. Weaknesses in your mind, strengths in your mind. They will both attract energies and programs that you will accept. So if somebody who is twisted, very imbalanced, a control freak, wants to dominate and control, they will study people. They will study the mind, how it works, the weaknesses. They will design programs that will target those weak areas. They will learn how to implement those programs into the brain so that the mind accepts them. Now you're controllable. The only way you're going to get out of that and reclaim your life and your mind is to begin the self-awareness process of what is going on in there and learn how to get rid of what is not you and recreate your own mental structure. It's your brain. It's your computer. You can program it to whatever you want.
Right.
But that takes patience, awareness, constant diligence, focus, willpower.
Things that people have short supply of these days.
Yes.
Quite frankly.
But the only way to change is to you gotta just do it. There was no way I'd be able to sit here and talk to you today if I had not been doing this 24/7.
Well, when I was reading your book, I was just like, oh my God, I can't believe he's still alive. I can't believe...
Neither can every healer I've ever been to. They
Right?
look at the scars on my body, the damage, and they go, how is it you are still alive? And I go, I don't know. I'm still here.
I'm still here.
I'm a dandelion. You keep pulling it up, I keep growing back.
Right? Yeah. Incredible. An incredible story. Well, I want to thank you so much for coming on the program. And program, it's kind of funny saying program. And talking about this stuff, I mean, it seems like we could go on, and maybe we could go on, but I think we've covered it.
There's topics that we've gone over briefly that I could talk for days about, and detail in amazingly detailed information, but there's only so much you can put out there at one time and still wrap your brain around and go away satisfied. So I feel comfortable with what we went over, and there's always another time.
Yeah, if people want to contact you or learn more about your school, what do they do?
They can either go to my website, which is waysofthewildinstitute.com. You can also just Google White Wolf on Atzigan or White Wolf in Vermont. There's, I'm all over the internet right now. Or they can email me at firewolfways@gmail.com. I'm also on Twitter. I have a student who has a Facebook page for the Institute as well. Those are the easiest ways to get a hold of me. There's also more contact information on my website, phone number, address, things like that.
Yeah. Well, if you're ever in Brattleboro, you should look me up. Shoot me a line. I'd love to meet you in person and discuss things more fully. And if I'm ever in Starksboro, can I just let you know that I'm coming up?
Absolutely. Yeah, definitely. Give me a buzz. And if I'm down there, I will definitely give you a holler and see if we can hook up. And thanks for having me on your show. It was fun.
All right. Great. Thank you so much, Wolf. All right. And that's White Wolf von Atzingen. And we're done. Let's play some music here. You're listening to Buttermilk every Tuesday night from 6 to 8, DJ Pockets. Let's play.
Try love, there's nothing to it. If we only put our minds to it, we can do it. Try love, let's come together, make life better, loving one another. Try love, there's nothing to it. If we only put our hearts to it, we can do it. Try love. Psychological wars separate each other on racial boundaries. Don't you think it's time we sit and chat together about unity? This plan, the Ku Klux Klan, we want equal rights for everyone. It's up to you and I to make things better for the next generation. Try love, there's nothing to it. If we only put our minds to it, we can do it. Try love, let's come together, make life better, loving one another. Try love, there's nothing to it. If we only put our hearts to it, we can do it. Try love. Putting everything in a black and white, I found you guilty of stereotyping. Tell me if you think it's right to judge a man by the color of his skin. Give and take, compromise. Even prepare yourself for sacrifice. Unite and be strong, cause life is no bed of roses. Try love, there's nothing to it. If we only put our minds to it, we can do it. Try love, let's come together, make life better, loving one another. Try love, there's nothing to it. If we only put our hearts to it, we can do it. Try love. Psychological war separate each other on racial boundaries. Don't you think it's time we sit and chat together about unity? This band, the Ku Klux Klan, we want equal rights for everyone. It's up to you and I to make things right for the next generation. Try love. There's nothing to it if we only put our minds to it. We can do it. Try love. Let's come together, make life better, loving one another. Try love. There's nothing to it if we only put our hearts to it. We can do it. Try love. Putting everything in a black and white upon the guilty of stereotyping. Tell me if they think it's right to judge a man by the color of his skin. Give and take, compromise. Even prepare yourself for sacrifice. Unite and be strong, cause life is no better process. Try love. There's nothing to it if we only put our minds to it. We can do it. Try love. Let's come together, make life better, loving one another. Try love. There's nothing to it if we only put our hearts to it. We can do it. Try love. Let's come together, make life better.
WVEW 107.7 FM is underwritten by Mystery on Main Street, Brattleboro, where you can curl up with a blood-curdling crime or a classic cozy. Vermont's only bookshop devoted exclusively to mysteries, Mystery on Main Street covers the crime scene from Conan Doyle and Agatha Christie to Dennis Lehane and Archer Mayer. Discover new authors, a new series, or unearth that hard-to-find book you've been looking for. For regional mysteries, true crime, graphic novels, and whimsical Edward Gorey jewelry, discover Mystery on Main Street Bookshop in downtown Brattleboro or online at www.mysteryonmain.com.
This is a self-hypnosis and subliminal recording. It should not
I tell you what, it's mind control, corruption of your thoughts, yeah. Destruction of your soul, mind control, it's mind control, yeah. Corruption of your thoughts, yeah. Destruction of your soul. Don't let them mold your mind, they wanna control mankind. Seems like their only intention is to exploit the earth, hey. And you trust in their deceit. Your mind causes your defeat, and so you become an invention to distort the search. Propaganda and lies is a plague in our lives. How much more victimized before we realize, hey, it's mind control. Corruption of your thoughts, yeah. Destruction of your soul, mind control. It's mind control, yeah. Corruption of your thoughts, yeah. Destruction of your soul. Oh, Grandmaster, let the people go. You put them in total confusion to destroy their souls. For they practice what you preach, so they're always in your reach. High-tech slavery in these days, it's mind control. They'll make it attractive to get men distracted, corrupting you, polluting you, destroying. Mind control. Corruption of your thoughts, yeah. Destruction of your soul, mind control. It's mind control, yeah. Corruption of your thoughts, yeah. Destruction of your soul. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Come on in, get it together, brother man.
Get ready, Steve. $1 come. Hello, hello, hello. $2 come. Hello, hello, hello. $10 come. Hello, hello, hello. $50 come. Heavy voodoo. Heavy voodoo. Heavy voodoo. International voodoo. Heavy voodoo. Heavy voodoo. Heavy voodoo I come. Heavy voodoo. Heavy voodoo. Heavy voodoo I come. Every voodoo will come. Every voodoo will come. Every voodoo will come. I overdo the USA economic. I overdo Europe economic. I overdo the euro. Overdo the pound. Overdo the sterling, overdo the crown. I overdo the dollars, overdo the cents, overdo the munch, overdo the dime. $1 come, $2 come, $5 come, $10 come. Every voodoo will come, every voodoo will come. Every voodoo will come. $1,000 million come, $1,000 million come, billion trillion dollar come, $1 billion come, zillion dollar come, trillion centillion dollar come, million pounds come, trillion pounds come, zillion pounds and billion pounds come. I take the dollar, I take the munch, I take the dimes, I take the time. Every voodoo will come. Every voodoo will come. Every voodoo will come. Every voodoo will come. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 $1 come, $2 come, $10 come, $20 come, $50 come. £1 come, £1 come, £2 come, £5 come. Heavy voodoo, heavy voodoo, heavy voodoo. International voodoo.
Lee Scratch Perry, Keith Richards on guitar.
Nowhere to hide, nowhere to hide. Every voodoo, every doom, every voodoo. Spiritual voodoo, miraculous voodoo, magical voodoo I do. Every voodoo is to hide, mistress hide. Every voodoo, this is the sea and the tide. If you run,
All right, let's play another Lee Scratch, Keith Richards compilation. Once there's a will, There's a way.
Special thanks to Mr. Keith Richard. Special thanks to Mr. Keith Records. Mr. Keith Records and Mr. Keith Richards. From the Rolling Stone, he gonna roll it over land and town with rock and roll. Rock and roll, rock and roll. Hello, Mr. Keith Richard. Mr. Keith Richards in guitar. I am the light, I am your sight. Come, let's unite and rock and roll around the clock. Tiki tiki tock 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 tock. Hello, Rolling Stone. Hello, Rolling Stone. We gonna roll it over town. Hello, Rolling Stone. Hello, Rolling Stone. We gonna roll it over town. Mr. Keith Richards. There's a way, there's a way. One there's a way, there's a way. One there's a way, there's a way, there's a way. One there's a way, there's a way. One there's a will, there is a way. I say. Once there's a will, here is a way. I pray. Once there's a will, here is a way. I am the will, I am the way. I am the night, I am the light. I am your sight, I am the way. Rolling Stone from Kingston town. Rolling Stone underground. Rolling Stone in United States. Rolling Stone in America. Rolling Stone in Africa. Rolling Stone in Ethiopia. Rolling Stone in Europe. Hello, Mr. Keith Richards. Rolling Stone, Rolling Stone, all over Kingston town. Rolling Stone, all over Kingston town. New York City, Chicago, California, and Wisconsin. In New York City, across America, across Miami. Rolling Stone, Rolling Stone, come and rock my boat. Rolling Stone, Rolling Stone, come and rock my boat. Hello, Mick Jagger. Hello, Keith Richards. This is the key card. Shooby, you dooby, looby, you be. Me, you be in Scooby. Here comes the whirlwind. One there's a will, here is the way. I am the will, I am the way. I am the night, I am the day. And that's what the people say. I am the way, I am the way. I am the day, I am the day. I am the will, I am the thrills. I take my pills and pay my bills. Hello, Keith Richards. Hello, Rolling Stone. Hello, Mick Jagger. I am the cloak and I am the dagger.
Going to a party.
to WVWLP Brattleboro 107.7. It's Buttermilk every Tuesday night from 6 to 8. An experience you won't soon forget. I want to thank White Wolf for Skyping in tonight. You can check out his work on waysofthewildinstitute.com. July 4th is coming up. Celebrate your independence. Go to Metropolis. Root Cellar Sound of WVW presents Free Up Yourself. July 4th reggae dance party at Metropolis on 55 Elliott Street in Brattleboro. From 10 to 1, it's free. 21 plus, of course. DJ Kale Daffodil spins conscious roots, reggae, dancehall, and ska to move the body and soul. Check it out, July 4th. DJ Pop.
It's incredible.
An experience you won't soon forget.
Biggest man was a big one time.
Whenever I go to Earth, I set my frequency to WVWLP Brattleboro Community Radio 107.7 FM and on the web at www.w.
All right, let's listen to some Brooke Benton.
I'm tired of pretending that I'm just a friend. You promised that you would leave him, but you didn't say when, because you didn't want to hurt him. You needed a little time to let him down easy, and then you'd be mine. But baby, I've been waiting too long, so leave him. Let him know you're my own. Now is the time. You got to let him know. Now is the time. You got to let him go. Now is the time to tell him you don't want him anymore. I've waited very patiently. I've been way more than fair. But darling, there's a limit to what I can bear. Because I don't like lying and cheating. I want you all along. Let's stop this masquerade. We both know it's wrong. So baby, won't you tell him goodbye? I'm tired of living a lie. Now is the time. You got to let him know. Now is the time. You got to let him go. Now is the time to tell him you don't want him anymore.
Now's the time. 5 minutes till 8 o'clock. Man, I've got this throat here. Coming up at 8 o'clock, it's Noise by Noise West with Freddie and Stevie. And then Mr. Eugene Newman comes in with his No Boundaries program. Stay tuned for that. Yeah, July 4th's coming up here. Big time parade and all the kind of fireworks and stuff. Celebrate your independence. I guess you can't see my quotes around independence, but hey, have fun anyway. Be safe. There's an interesting documentary film going on at the All Souls Unitarian Universalist Church in West Brattleboro on August 21st at 6 p.m. It's called Tipping Point, The Age of the Oil Sands. It's a CBC documentary film on Wednesday, August 21st at 6 p.m. The film's showing will be followed by a discussion which will include information on the pipeline that passes through the Northeast Kingdom. Sponsored by the All Souls Church and Vermont Interfaith Power and Light. For more information, you can contact Betsy Hardy at 802-434-3397, or you can email info@vtipl.org. So mark your calendars for that. The 5th annual studio tour from September 28th and 29th is happening 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. both days. Brattleboro West Arts 5th annual studio tour. And Saturday there's going to be a live music swing duo music performance at Walter Slowinski's at 3 p.m. And then there's a local vor dinner. And it's going to be at the Chelsea Royal Diner from 5 to 7:30. And this is all happening in September, so you got enough time to plan. I know everything's going on at once here in the summertime. I want to thank everybody for coming out to the Grand Idea. I hear it was very successful. And if you like what we do, as Dr. Twist says, you can go to our website and click on the PayPal button and donate here to the station. We are in need of money, of funds, so please do that. Check out our website, wvw.org, for more information on schedules and how to become a DJ and the whole thing. This is Dub Syndicate behind me, called Creation. What else is going on? The Elm City Derby Dames bout schedule coming up. They have a bout July 6th, the Seacoast Roller Derby. That's at home. So come on down to the Memorial Park Skating Rink in Memorial Drive in Brattleboro, Vermont. Whistle blows at 6:30. Doors open at 6 p.m. You can find them on Facebook, or you can visit their website, Elm City Derby Dames with a Z.com. Let's see. Of course, the farmers market open every Saturday. Get on out into your community. Get involved. The 9th annual Abeni African Dance and Drum Festival is happening in August. And August is right around the corner, I know. So please check that. August 23rd through 25th. At the Brattleboro Stone Church here on 210 Main Street in Brattleboro. You can go to www.africadancevt.com for more information. You can also check them out on Facebook. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. What else? Oh, the phone is ringing. Okay, I see. All right. It's the end of another experience. I hope you've enjoyed it. Freddie and Steve are here with Noise by Noise West. I just figured out the other day that noise is no and yes. I'm not very bright.
That's right. It's a made-up name. Everybody knows that.
It's made up. No and yes.
He was going to start a utopian society with it, but it just didn't work out.
It didn't work out. Nobody came, huh?
Would anybody get that joke? Is anybody going to get that joke? You did? Amazing. How was your...
Putney in the house.
Putney representing. And so what are you guys up to tonight? Any ideas?
Well, we have a loose theme. What are you going to say? Uh-oh.
I was just going to say sexy, sultry summer.
But that's
serenades.
Every Tuesday, Freddie. What's special about this Tuesday? This is going to be sort of our Independence Day show.
Oh, wow.
It's just an ordinary level of sexy.
Right, yeah, regular patriotic level sexy.
So songs about the man and stuff and why he's stiffing us and stuff.
Oh my! Now that's a whole different level of sexy, Mister.
That's a different sexy.
Yeah, that's an unwanted sexy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Consensual sexy is what you're looking for, right?
So, right, always.
Yeah, always consensual.
Can we make that note in the culture?
That's
always
right. Always
ask.
be consensual.
Anyway.
Right. Okay, well,
so
I could play one more song to ready things up for you.
Yeah, we're still getting it together
over here. Getting it together, doing their warm-ups, stretching those thumbs.
Right.
And
this whole
practicing.
workout routine beforehand is really important. Do you do your own workout routine?
Oh, God, yes. Rigorous.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes I miss